Good morning. Welcome to the regular scheduled council meeting of March 11th, 2024. Calling the meeting to order, and we've got two delegates registered for open mic. First up, I'll have Debbie Hunker.
There we go. Good morning. I think after the last council meeting, we could all see that our mayor doesn't like to have his own words repeated, but I'm going to go ahead and risk being removed from chambers. In a recent interview, speaking as the president of AbMunis, you stated, and I quote, "Recall legislation is part of our democratic process. Residents now have the ability to hold municipal electeds accountable, which is great. But I feel there is the opportunity that residents can weaponize this legislation. They don't like the way that council has decided on something, and now residents have the ability to call a recall petition against a member of council, and I think it takes away from the work that councils are doing. We're elected every 4 years by the residents based on a platform that we've come out with, and if at the end of those 4 years we haven't been upholding what we said, or we were doing, or what we were going to do, or they don't like the direction that our council is going into, they have the ability to elect who they like or run and make the changes that they like to have seen in their community. So to translate that into our current situation here in Wetaskiwin, you're really saying that recall legislation is great unless it's against you. Then it's being weaponized. No, Tyler, we do not like the decision that council has made to allow a 27,000 square foot homeless shelter project in the middle of our retail district. And we don't want you to be able to run the clock while you sell city assets, outsource city services, and raise taxes until we have nothing left. So going back to your comment about being elected based on a platform, where in your transparent support of a permanent shelter platform did you say that you were going to allow a 27,000 square foot shelter to be built in the middle of our retail sector? And where did you mention that you intended to spend $54 million on a wastewater treatment upgrade? And where did you mention that you were going to outsource the garbage service, cancel the handy van service, fire the one employee at the recycling center, and the list goes on? You plow your way through these issues like you have a mandate. The fact is, only 14.82% of the population voted for you. And if I'm being generous, only 19.55% of the electorate voted for you. That is hardly a mandate. And today I see you have a letter of intent drafted in advance for Vara Energy. I say again, you do not have a mandate to put us in a contract with them to become long-term partners. We see what your partnerships are doing, and you do not have a mandate to continue to sell us out. Now, I would urge council to slow down and follow Rocky Mountain House's decision to postpone this decision until it receives more hard numbers on costs. According to an article I read, a recent administrative status report said studies have shown that the thermal treatment of municipal solid waste, and I quote, is typically based on unproven technology, is considered more expensive, and generally introduces additional risk to city business. Now, going back to the shelter again and again. Now, as for the rest of council, you are hardly off the hook on this mess. Your CAO was able to baffle council to the point where you weren't even sure what capacity you were in when you approved the development permit. If you can't see that the mayor and your CAO, sandbagged you when you were about to vote on the motions brought forward, then you should question whether you should be on council, because you are not doing your job. Municipal Affairs was shocked when I had a discussion with them. If the CAO had indeed received legal advice, she should have presented it to council in an in-camera session, then you should have come out and decided whether to vote. Instead, she made you all look like a bunch of fools, And when Councillor Bronco calls her out on her threat, he is the one that's sanctioned. Now, you were threatened with personal liability if you voted in favor of revisiting and rescinding the motion. It is time to clean up this mess and rescind the development permit before they get shovels in the ground and it's too late. The province isn't going to clean up this mess for you. Have some decency and finish the job you started. Give the people of this city some relief. You are the ones that approved the permit as council. You are the ones that can rescind it as well. Thank you.
Next, I have Audrey Bannister.
Morning. I just have a couple things to mention that I've been doing some digging. The industrial land at the south end of town that was sold back in April of 2022, it was sold. The city had been advertising it for $265,000 an acre for years, and nothing happened. Then all of a sudden, somebody come to town. There's 26 point some acres there, and I found out doing some digging that the transfer of title has been done. It was done in April, that they have 2 years to have shovel in ground, which will be April of this year, 20th. And you approved selling this property for just over $47,000 an acre for an industrial land that was serviced, which the servicing probably costs more than what you sold it for. You sold it for $1.4 million, I was told. So why weren't, and this is going me as a realtor, why weren't we notified that you guys would accept that kind of money? Because I'm sure I would bet 42 years of my industry on it that we could have sold it for more. Something that was supposed to sell for over $9 million sold for 1.4. And what you're doing is giving away your money, the city's money, everybody that's here. And I don't understand why we're doing these fire sales for property. And hey, that's taking food out of my mouth. But it's ridiculous what the city is selling things off for. And I don't understand why. Same with the Memorial Center. You'd never replace that building. And the Civic Center, it was advertised for $1.2 million, and it sells for $400,000. And us as realtors, none of us knew that that's the kind of offers you guys would accept. And this has all been on your floor time, Tyler, that these things have been sold and done a fire sale. And you councils have all been on board with this too. I don't know if it's not because you don't know the market or what's going on out there. I don't have any idea. I'm just annoyed that things, number one, we're not informed about what's going on. You are trying to do something now, absolutely. I have property listed to the south of here. I had an offer on it, and for some reason, with whoever he talked to at City Hall here, was under the impression he could get it rezoned to put a warehouse there. And when I found out what that was, and I talked to Vern, of course, it was turned down. But I don't know who's telling these people some of this stuff, and everybody's getting informed, but the people that are in town here. That's all I gotta say. I never get any answers to any questions I've ever been asked or given out here. And if this fellow does buy another piece of property here in town, I hope we don't end up with a situation that we had with the trailer moving into a residential lot, that you guys approve him putting a warehouse in the middle of a residential lot or something like that. So just forewarned, and I'm sorry, wake-up call as to what's going on. Thank you. Dean, I'm gonna need a pull. This chair is too low.
Okay, item 3, looking for approval of the regular council meeting agenda. Councillor Billingsley, any additions or deletions? Councillor Blatz?
Thank you. I have an addition of a notice of motion for the next meeting for Finance and Audit Committee.
So 15.3, notice of motion. Anything else? Ready for the question? As amended, those in favor? Carried unanimously. Item 4, adoption of the minutes, regular special meeting minutes for February 26th. Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. I move the council adopts the regular council meeting minutes for February 26, 2024 as presented or amended.
Excuse me. Are you making an amendment?
No, I'm not, sorry.
Okay. Any errors or omissions? Ready for the question, those in favor? Carried. Item 6, consent agenda, approval of the consent agenda. Councillor Blatz.
I move that City Council approves the consent agenda as presented.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Item 8, delegations. Rory Wheat from Varme Energy Incorporated, Waste to Energy.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me all right here?
Yeah, you betcha. Go ahead.
Awesome. This is a hot council session to jump into on a Monday morning from the start here. It's good though. I really appreciate the time that you guys are giving us. We do have a presentation prepared that we'll go through, and I'm going to try and rip through it relatively quickly so we can leave some time for open questions. If there are burning questions, I generally don't mind at all if folks want to cut me off and jump in and ask questions throughout. Without further ado, I will jump in here with sharing my screen if it'll work. There we go. Folks can see that?
You bet.
Good. Also appreciate to hear that council has reviewed the letter of support that we sent ahead of time and that we've been working with administration on. That being said, this session in front of council is sort of to put ourselves into the hot seat a little bit and let you guys ask those questions. So I'm going to try and we'll throw this into slideshow. Oh, crap. Sorry, I'll fix this. There we go. All right. This slide I find works well. It's simple. It's a simple graphic that clearly tells you what Varma's projects are looking to do. So we are a waste to energy with carbon capture project development company. We're a young company, but we are incorporated in Canada, headquartered in Edmonton, and have a majority partner out of Oslo, Norway, that brings a lot of experience within these industries. The projects that we're developing will divert landfill destined municipal waste. So it goes on to the same waste hauling truck, and instead of going to a landfill, it comes to our facility where it's processed and the energy is extracted and delivered either in the form of heat or put onto a turbine to produce power. It could be produce power for the grid, or it could produce it for an industrial process, etc. And then after the combustion process, integrating the projects with post-combustion carbon capture to strip out 90+% of the CO2 emissions for sequestration underground. I won't sit on the slide on our team too long here, but this presentation has been made available to council. You can read through our histories, but we do have a very strong and dynamic team with extensive background in project development, in large-scale industrial project execution and financing, which we think is important to highlight for these projects. What I do want to talk a bit more about is the potential for this project in central Alberta to generate a real impact in reducing or even eliminating new landfills across central Alberta. Through discussions with Wetaskiwin's administration, I understand that the landfill is getting larger, growing, and with that growth comes added costs and regulations that need to be adhered to. And beyond that, Wetaskiwin has some of the highest waste tipping fees in the region, which is why it felt like it could be a strong partnership to start talking about for this project. But pointing to why our thesis is to eliminate landfills in Alberta, well, generally they are the status quo for best use for our waste, but they lead to a lot of economic devaluation or lost value. So after a landfill cell has been closed, there can be no human-oriented developments, no housing, no commercial for over 100 years on a landfill site. So when you're talking about the value of land in rural Alberta or central Alberta, that strikes me as something that should be considered. Beyond that, we're disposing of essentially a resource that has 60 to 70% the energy value of coal. So while in Alberta we are shutting down coal plants because of the emissions, we're also shoving landfill waste into landfills where it decomposes into methane and it releases those emissions into the atmosphere, rather than extracting the energy from them and delivering it to Albertans. From a zoomed out picture, in the context of climate change and some of the pledges that the government of Canada has made, landfills contribute over 20% of the methane emissions in Canada. So they're the third largest contributor, second and first being agriculture and oil and gas. And in Alberta in particular, agriculture and oil and gas kind of get the finger pointed at them quite frequently. And landfills, in our perspective, get forgotten in that conversation too often when there are existing solutions that can handle reducing that methane or eliminating it. Leachates, microplastics, some of these issues that are very, very persistent with landfills despite best practices. Some of these things generate environmental liabilities and regulatory costs that can expand for hundreds of years and are borne by the municipalities in Alberta, like Wetaskiwin. So the general thesis for Varme is that there is a blueprint for what we are trying to do, not only in terms of existing technologies, which we can talk to, but also in terms of policy and sort of environmental leadership. So the European Union in early 2000s created more stringent regulations on landfills to meet more stringent environmental compliances. And as a result of that, the cost of landfilling increased. And as a result of that, private industries like recycling and composting and waste to energy both increased exponentially, while landfilling decreased to they're on track to hit their 10% waste going to landfill much earlier than their 2035 intended target. We see potential for a similar curve to happen in Canada, and we're trying to lead the way with that. Existing in terms of technology, the European Union alone has over 500 facilities that are thermally treating municipal or commercial waste streams. Across Europe as a whole, there's over 1,500 waste to energy facilities. I'll just emphasize the fact that Vara Energy is not a technology development company. We are not reinventing the wheel. We are leveraging existing commercialized industrial scale technology that's been deployed for, in some cases, decades. And we're trying to bring it to Canada, to Alberta, where the status quo has been landfilling. A quick sort of scan of our first project, just to demonstrate some of the progress that we've done over the last year and a half, 2 years. So we do have a signed waste feedstock agreement with the City of Edmonton, which is a 15-year agreement for 150,000 tons of waste per year. We have an LOI secured for the full offtake of the power for the facility. We have a number of financial guarantees. We have Worley working on feed study currently. They've completed a third-party technology review, and we've selected the technology. The technology supplier that we've selected has contributed to over 600 waste-to-energy facilities globally and has built 250 of them from shoot to stack, they call it, which is basically front to back the full facility with their technology. We've also signed a long-term agreement for the carbon credits generated from the CCS of the facility to help finance it. Moving to this project specifically, I wanted to put this slide up to demonstrate some of the impacts that a project in Central Alberta can have for the entire region. What we've been leaning into is this development of a low carbon hub for Central Alberta. And so we've been working fairly closely with Enhance Energy, who are operating the CO2 pipeline that's sequestering in Clive, which is near Wetaskiwin. And they are looking to expand that project. They've got pore space rights, underground pore space rights to sequester CO2 in parts of Central Alberta that we see our project being a potential catalyst for not only that, but also future similar low carbon projects. And see this as a catalyst or seedling for a new industrial cluster potential for the region. So I wanted to put this slide up just to demonstrate some of the partnerships and relationships that we've built in Central Alberta, and where we see support for this type of project. In regards to Wetaskiwin specifically, some of the value that we see that a project like this brings. One is, Wetaskiwin's landfill is getting fuller. You're needing to look at expansion or new landfill cell developments and increased regulatory and compliance due to the emissions. So this is the way that Wetaskiwin can divert all of its municipal solid waste, potentially other waste streams as well in the future as we look at different waste streams, reducing future landfill costs, reducing the methane emissions. I think that it's an important message for Alberta to be able to carry that we are actually making big strides and big impacts towards climate change and emissions reduction. I think that's a story that is often ignored coming from Alberta, and it's not true. And potential for turning the current existing landfill into a transfer station, as well as it could process ash for the facility once it's built. There's a lot of different opportunities that we see that we could be creative with in terms of working with the municipalities in the region. So what does it look like to take steps towards this? This is the last slide here. The letter of support that it sounds like council has reviewed is the first major step. As a small privately financed company trying to do this project in Central Alberta, it's really important that we not necessarily have money flowing towards us, but need to see the potential to build partnerships and the potential for a project to happen, and signed letters of support like the one that council's reviewed it gives that indication, it gives that support, and it allows us to then devote more resources and time, or continue devoting resources and time towards the project happening. Beyond that, we would look for any political advocacy or support that a city like Wetaskiwin can provide Varme when we're looking for things like potential grant funding and stuff like that to support a project. The integration of landfill diversion to waste to energy into the city's waste management strategy would be something we would look for as an ask that the city could look at. This is something we're trying to socialize with all of the municipalities that we're talking to across Alberta and beyond, because we think it's something that is happening in other parts of the world, and we're a little bit behind and trying to push. And then the opportunity for jointly pursuing funding or financing opportunities alongside Varme has been one that we've discussed with administration as well. That was the final slide that I had, so I'll maybe, and I know I've been taking a bit of time, so I'll quit sharing here if I can figure it out, and then maybe if we have a couple minutes for questions. I don't know what we are like for time here.
Perfect. Thanks, Rory. Go ahead, Councilor
You bet.
Billingsley.
I move that City Council accept the waste to energy presentation as information.
Moved by Councilor Billingsley. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Through the chair to Rory, you stated that you're not reinventing the wheel, and you're looking to have operations in Alberta. Is there other companies that are providing this type of service within our province?
There are other groups trying to do waste incineration. There are no other companies, to our knowledge, that are doing waste to energy with the carbon capture integration in Canada, to our knowledge. And we generally see this as a social license to build these facilities in some ways, because we are not only extracting the energy now from the waste, but we're now also eliminating the emissions that would flow from the flue stack, and we're capturing those and we're sequestering those underground permanently. Does that answer your question, Councillor?
Yes, it does. Timeline. Obviously, the facility is not up and running as of today, at least from what I can tell. When are you hoping to be doing what you want to do?
Yeah, it's a good question. It really depends on the development period that we are in right now, and the biggest hurdle is securing line of sight to the waste feedstock. So these facilities are large-scale facilities that need to be financed. They are essentially a power plant that's running on a waste feedstock, and you can't run a power plant unless you know that you have the feedstock, or unless you have the feedstock. So what we're working towards now is securing a line of sight to the volume of waste. From there, we see the rest of the commercial aspects relatively quick to close. We see a lot of demand for the power from these types of projects. We see a lot of demand for the carbon credits generated. We see a lot of interest from financial institutions, both equity and debt providers, banks. And so really it's dependent on this chase for waste. And then once we have stitched together the commercial agreements, reached a final investment decision, and begun construction, it is a 2 to 2.5 year period of construction. So we would be looking at 2028 if we were able to reach a final investment decision by late this year to mid next year. We would be looking at 2028, early 2028 coming online. But like I said, there's a few pieces there that's connected to. It is a large facility. The facility, you're building a power plant, and with that comes an economy of scale, where the larger it is, the better the economics make it. And so we do need to reach a certain volume of waste in order to finance it.
Last one. I know that you are also looking for a letter of support from council. I'm struggling at this point without having enough information, financial, what it's going to cost us, any of those type of information that we haven't been provided. So I'm just wondering when that type of information will be coming to us to make a proper opinion on this situation.
Right. So at this point in time, with this letter of support, all that's being asked is the intent to supply the waste at or below current tipping fees that the city of Wetaskiwin is paying. And so understanding that there's a lot of question marks around the financials of a facility like this at this stage, which is why we're trying not to ask for a granular response, but trying to approach it fairly and say, well, this is what you're paying today. If you can agree to pay that or less, we see that as a fair request at this point in time with the given information. As that information becomes clearer, as we get line of sight to volumes, as we look at who's buying the power, who's buying the credits, and those things come together, then we would increase the information.
Thank you.
Good. Councillor Aberle.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to Rory and Samir. Sort of related to that, the questions of cost, but I was sort of, at first I was thinking location, and I don't need to know, or you don't need to tell me why closer to Red Deer and south that you're coming up to this part of central Alberta. But when I look at that, of course, that is going to, in my brain, that's going to add costs if you're taking from Edmonton to the Calgary region or Wetaskiwin to the Calgary region. And how are you working that into what the cost would be to the city to have our waste taken that far south?
Another good question. So the Central Alberta project, we're casting a fairly wide net for the sole reason that we need to reach the volume of waste that we need to reach. The City of Edmonton project has the City of Edmonton that we can work with. In terms of Central Alberta, we're talking with City of Red Deer, we're talking with City of Calgary, we're talking with City of Airdrie, some of the bigger municipalities trying to secure the volume. There's a few key pieces that have led to the site being in that area. One of them anchoring to the Enhanced Origins project and where we think we can look to sequester the CO2 within their pore space at a cost-effective way. And beyond that, feel like the Innisfil area where we've looked at for siting is a good spot in terms of the corridor between Red Deer, Calgary, Airdrie, and provides access to waste. It is a relatively easy to transport waste in Alberta versus transporting like CO2, for example. And so waste is traveling all over this province. Some municipalities are sending it, that don't have their own landfills, are sending it hundreds of kilometers round trip. And so in some cases we're reducing kilometers. In some cases, like Wetaskiwin, where you own the landfill and maybe future transfer station, it's increasing kilometers. But we would look to work with the city on the best way to do that. We got a signed letter of support from the town of Sylvan Lake just late last year, and we're talking to them about using some of their trucks, or them increasing the capacity of some of their trucks. They haul their own waste, and maybe they can provide some regional trucking for other municipalities, et cetera. So we're really trying hard to explore creatively how we can approach those challenges.
Thank you. And just one more question. Can you explain to me what you said about Clive? Re-say that. I just caught it and it wasn't in our package.
Sure, you bet. Yeah. So the Enhance Energy, the Alberta Carbon Trunk Line, which Enhance Energy operates, it sequesters CO2 at Clive They're actually using it for enhanced oil recovery there at near Clive is just where that is. And they've been preemptively approved by the Alberta government or through a stage gate with the Alberta government for increasing the geography that they have access to that pore space to put the CO2 underground.
So it isn't a second power plant in Clive. It was where you would take your CO2.
No. It's where the CO2 is currently going, and now they're expanding further south across central Alberta. We would actually look to, this is partly the location piece, we would look to work with Enhance on a direct sequestration well tied to our project. And so rather than building a pipeline from Innisfil or Red Deer area to Clive, we would now look to, okay, now we have access to Enhance's pore space right underground at our project site. And we would look to do a one-off sequestration well there, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
Does that answer the question? Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
You bet.
It's a pretty cool facility. I toured it a couple years ago. Yeah. Sue, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair to council. One of the, we probably should have put this clearer in the RFD. One of the purposes of having it in committee of the whole today is just to take it as information, and then any questions that council has, we can get the operations group to work more with Varme to get those questions answered for council before we would ask you to make a decision.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to Rory. You were talking about purchasing waste at or below our current tipping rates. That's the cost of procurement. Who absorbs the cost of transportation of that stock?
Yeah, Samir, I don't know if you have any thoughts there.
Typically what we would like to do is do a blended price. So that price would be A, either included in the tipping fee, B, we would figure out a split of what the transportation cost would be. Typically the transportation cost is not very substantial to the overall price. You're getting around 20 tons in a container. When you factor in how much transportation is, it's very minimal. So we don't see that as a very big challenge at the end of the day.
Okay, well, you may not, we may.
And that's where the blended price would come in. If your landfill rate is X and transportation's Y, how can we make that as close to X as possible with the transportation? Or we would take take care of the transportation on the back end. We've been working quite closely with rail companies and transportation companies. This isn't an issue just for Wetaskiwin site. Obviously, there's other municipalities that would be bringing to us. So actively working through those conversations.
Sure, and I think that's some of the information that Councillor Billingsley and Councillor Aberley were speaking of in terms of getting some finite numbers that you can make good decisions on. My next question is related to carbon capture, and you've indicated, have you procured contracts for carbon capture? Like, do you know for a fact that you are signed on to collect the carbon?
So to capture and collect it, yes, that's within our own boundary limits. So we will, as part of the engineering and construction of the facility, we will incorporate carbon capture. So at the flue stack, it will strip out the CO2 and it will compress it down, and then it's in a transportable form. From there, we would look to partner with a company like Enhance Energy, either to transport it by pipeline or to do a direct sequestration well at or near the site, if that makes sense. So we are not in the subsurface game. We're not looking to drill our own wells. We would partner with an existing company that has that experience to look after that side of it. have a really good relationship with Enhance. I've got letters of support from them. Have met with their executives, and feel very confident that if the project is happening, that we have a partner on the CO2 solution for sure.
And my last question is related to carbon capture again, and it's related to the fact that as you say, cast your net around central Alberta for stock, the amount of CO2 that you ultimately will capture will grow exponentially. And is there the capacity currently to handle the amount of CO2 capture that you are attempting or anticipating capturing?
Yeah, I think if I understand your question, you're saying as your feedstock volume increases, your CO2 volume increases, and can we handle capturing all that CO2? Right. That's where we're looking for securing line of sight to the volume. When you build a facility like this, you will build it with the expectation of it processing a certain volume of waste, and then on the back end, similarly, we'll design and build the CO2 capture facility to be capable of capturing that amount of CO2 and processing that amount of flue gas.
Thank you. Sorry.
Just to add to maybe your last question, we do have a working relationship on the Edmonton project with the Alberta Carbon Trunk Line, and are looking at working with them or to sequester CO2.
And I said it was my last question, and I apologize. This will be my last one, maybe.
No worries.
So, do you currently have financial commitment from anyone, or is it all just in financial presentations? I guess I'm looking at, do you have a financial package that's, as people sign on, you're ready to roll? Are you still looking for all sorts of financial investors?
So I'll again point to the Edmonton project where we're further through development. We have both on the equity and banks on the debt. We have both at the table and exploring definitive agreements around equity investment and the debt financing for the facility. So very mature conversations there. A lot of beyond that for the Innisfil project, no, but we don't see that as a challenge that needs to be solved right now. If you get the waste and you get the power offtake, that's when you get the financing in place. And we've seen a lot of interest in this type of asset. This is a circular economy, environmental asset, reducing a lot of emissions. And so there's really been no challenge in getting interest in the financing side of it at this point.
Thank you very much, Rory.
Councillor Blatz.
Thank you. Through the chair to Rory, I noticed that there was a slide that was talking about the value added to Wetaskiwin, and one of it would be a reduction in landfill methane emissions. And I was wondering if you have targets or goals for each one of your municipal partners as to how much methane emissions you will be reducing in each municipality.
Yeah, it's an interesting question. No, we don't at this point, and it entirely depends on the amount of waste that municipality is dealing with, and whether they're operating and managing their own landfill, whether those emissions would be considered the city of Wetaskiwin's or the municipalities, or if they are trucking their waste somewhere else and the emissions are being felt somewhere else. For a city like Wetaskiwin that owns and operates their landfill, it would be directly proportional to the amount of waste that you're diverting, how much methane you'd be reducing. I don't know the exact amount of methane that the landfill is currently producing, but it would be calculable from the roughly 10,000 ton volume that it's processing annually.
With a follow-up to that, would your company consider keeping track of a percentage of how much emissions are going to be diverted by doing this project?
Absolutely, yeah. I think that's a great idea, and yeah, would demonstrate some of the impact that this project is going to have, and the impact that the municipalities are contributing. So I think that's a great idea that we would look to do.
Excellent, thank you. And my last question is, with the actual facility itself in Innisfail, since you do carbon capture as well as sequestration, which is a hard word, but do you guys operate your facility as a net zero facility, or is it not considered net zero?
Trying to think how to answer that. It has a significant reduction in emissions, both through the diversion of waste and then the capture of the CO2. And so while there may be a few emissions associated with the facility, overall, we are greatly negative in terms of emissions, and we will generate a revenue through the carbon credits that the facility generates. So I guess to answer your question, it would be a net zero facility, but I don't know exactly how a net zero facility is measured.
Excellent. That answers
yeah.
my question. Thank you.
Okay, you bet.
Anything further? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Rory. Rory, if Edmonton has already got a plant, why would we transfer to Innisfail, which is much further away? Why wouldn't we transfer to Edmonton?
Yeah, go ahead, Mayor.
Yeah, so I guess there's two layers to this. When we build these projects, they're built to scale. With the project in Edmonton, we built it to accommodate 200,000 tons a year. City of Edmonton has first right for the 200,000. If, let's say, we get operational and the city doesn't have enough capacity to send waste to us, we would look to potentially divert, instead of Wetaskiwin going to Innisfail, it would come to Edmonton. But it's almost one of those where we went to the table to most municipalities ahead of time before signing with the City of Edmonton, and no one was on board at that point. Now that the City of Edmonton has secured that first project, we're looking at project 2 and 3 at this point. So, long-winded answer, City of Edmonton has rights to all waste that comes to that first facility. If there's capacity to take more into the City of Edmonton project, we would ideally have this waste going there.
To add to that, so this is not something that we've talked so far with administration about, but something that we've talked about internally is this City of Edmonton contract it was designed to allow for city growth. So the city can grow into that contract essentially as the population grows. That being said, there's probably a 3 or 4 year window where the city is not meeting the full volume that we require, and we'll be looking for other waste. So in the interim between City of Edmonton project and an Innisfail project, there might be an opportunity for City of Wetaskiwin. Beyond that, the next project with capacity to take waste will be the Innisfail Central Alberta project.
Thank you. Is there any consideration about a plant that would take up our area plus Ponoka, Camrose, Musqueam, Leduc? There's enough population there. And then you have one south of Red Deer and one north of Red Deer.
Yeah, another good question, and it mostly comes down to volumes of waste, and that's the biggest challenge with doing these facilities in Alberta, is that we're very spread out. We have spread out municipalities, spread out population, and we need to reach a large volume in order to finance the facility, and we're casting a wide net for that. Now that being said, we're looking at other projects in areas around City of Edmonton, but the finding a place to sequester the CO2 can also be a challenge that we need to sort of thread the needle with. So central Alberta, south of Red Deer, has what looks like good CCS sequestration potential, and we want to capture the emissions and sequester them for this project. So couple of forces pulling on it, but hopefully that answers your question.
It does. Excuse me. If we signed a letter, which we're not going to do today, it says commitment of MSW. We're making a commitment to MSW and other applicable waste streams to your facility through signed letter of intent. Now, if we sign a letter of intent, what is the intent of the letter of intent?
Oh, this is an inception now. It would be that the city of Wetaskiwin intends to, upon a completed facility, the city of Wetaskiwin intends to send their municipal waste and other applicable wastes to that facility.
But we don't have to.
I guess that's a question for the lawyers, but from my understanding, it would be not a legally binding. It's not a definitive agreement or a feedstock contract. It's an intention to do so. If something were to, yeah, I'll leave it there.
Okay. No, I just mean sometimes I intend to do something and then I don't do it.
Right.
So if we sign a letter of intent, and then I'm just wondering what the level of commitment is if we sign a letter of intent.
It's mostly at this point, where as we collect the total number of waste we're able to get for this project, we can go back to the municipalities that have signed letters of intent and now go through proper negotiation to get a real definitive contract signed now that we have enough waste for the region. The letter of intent at this point is just collecting as much waste as we can, showing the project development side of things that we have enough waste to set up a project too in Innisfail, and then from there go into real negotiations with the municipalities.
Okay, and that would include all of the inherent costs of everything to get our waste to Innisfail.
That's correct.
Okay. And if we found it was too expensive, then we would just say no.
Essentially.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
No problem.
Anything further? Councillor Nielsen?
Thank you. I promised my last question, and maybe this will be it. I'm just looking at a website here with regard to a plant in Oslo, Norway, and they talk about sorting waste. Who's responsible for sorting waste, or do you have to sort the waste? So this one's talking about sorting food waste from plastic packaging and waste. Who's responsible for that sorting, or is it even necessary in your plant?
Yeah, this is where waste to energy is. A lot of people think about it, or they hear it and they don't quite know what to think. But it's an entire sector, really, especially in Europe. There's a lot of different technologies, and so when I talk about waste, thermal treatment of waste or incineration, it requires less sorting than most other waste energy technologies. And so especially in terms of like municipal, residential waste, plastics, organics, we would take all of that together with no separation. Whatever you're throwing out in your garbage bin or your black bag bin, we would take that without sort of separation. It wouldn't be required.
Thank you.
And a lot of these materials that are getting separated at this point, with EPR coming in and a lot of the mandates with the government of Alberta, most of that's separated already before it heads to landfill. So typically the trucks we're getting are trucks that otherwise would be going to landfill. They're just going to be diverted to our facility instead. So it stays status quo for most municipalities in how they're sorting their material.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. So thanks to Varme and the city administration for drafting a letter of support on behalf of council in case council wanted to move forward on this. And I'd also like to thank administration for the forward thinking and bringing ideas like waste energy to council for our consideration. Thanks very much, Rory. Thanks, Mayor.
Yeah, really appreciate the
Appreciate your
time, and really appreciate the willingness to review the letter, and do hope to hear back from council on that.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Have a good night.
See you.
Good day. See ya.
Item 10, Airport 50th Anniversary. Morning, you're live.
Morning, Mr. Mayor and Council. Purpose of me being here today is to present the request for decision for funding for the airport 50th anniversary. It takes place May 3rd to 5th at the airport, and it includes things like job fair. There's going to be aviation exhibitors there, food trucks, and a fly-in breakfast, and as well as, hopefully, if it's approved by the RCAF, the flyby that I was here for last time.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that City Council approves the unbudgeted expenditure of up to $6,000 to be funded from the contingency reserve for the airport's 50th anniversary celebration event to be held from May 3rd to 5th, 2024.
Moved by Councillor Aberley.
Just a quick comment. Again, Matthew, thank you. And I'm excited that the airport is going to be able to have an opportunity to celebrate itself. So, congratulations.
Sue, I'm not sure if you can answer this, or Sue, does the airport have a reserve?
To the chair, the airport does have a reserve. Unfortunately, it is only at about $700 at this time.
Okay. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair, I guess, to council. I think most people around this table know that I'm a big supporter of the airport. Having said that, I'm not in favor of the expenditure of $6,000. To me, this is a tourism economic development thing. I believe that that should be coming out of that budget if economic development and or tourism believes that this is something that is beneficial to that, then I believe that the money should be coming from there. If I'm not sure when this was planned, but I was wondering why this was not presented to us at budget time. And finally, I'm not all that thrilled about using the contingency reserve as a piggy bank. So at this point, as much as I think it's a great thing, the process, I just not in favor of it at this point in time.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley and Council, it's not that I disagree with what you said, but it is that we have spent a long time in this council for the past couple of years celebrating or enhancing the airport, giving it an opportunity to develop and give it its, I don't want to say special tax rates, but unique tax rates, and looking at something that is in our community for 50 years that has brought an impact. It is a one-time ask, and while I agree that it shouldn't be a piggy bank, sometimes fees like this come up. And I don't know if they asked tourism, but I would assume that they thought that this would be more about our community itself celebrating itself, which is less tourism, could still be active, but that is why I'm supporting it. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just further to that, when we did have the air shows came out of the city budget. They didn't come out of tourism, and they didn't come out of ECDEV. They came out of the city's budget. So I'm with Councillor Billingsley, though, on using the contingency as a piggy bank. Every time we need some money, we just keep going into our contingency, and I thought contingency was more for emergencies. But I think we should support this. We need to make our airport a little bit higher profile. It seems to be forgotten over there, and it's a very important part of our community. Thank you.
Anything further? I agree with you, Councillor Billingsley. I don't love the process, but I do love that we're working on things to build the profile of the airport, building up the city and bringing some attraction to it that might not otherwise have came. So I will support it, and I do look forward to the celebration.
Thank you.
We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. 10.2, Service Level Inventory Report, Public Works. Welcome, Sean.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Council. The purpose of this RFD is to present the Public Works Parks Service Level Inventory for Council's approval. In developing the inventory, administration assessed existing resources to ensure the sufficient resource capacity exists to deliver the levels of service and key performance indicators as identified within the service level inventory. Administration is presenting the final version of the service level inventory for approval. The inventory will help both council and administration identify when future resources are required to either maintain or increase levels of service to the community. The last time this was presented, there were several questions that arose that the responses have been included in your package, but if there's anything else further, I'd be happy to address them.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you. I move that City Council approves the service level inventory Public Works - Parks dated March 11, 2024.
Moved by Councillor Aberley. Go ahead.
Just I don't even know how I truly want to ask this question. There's a few things where it was listed, and I'm going to bring up the urban forest as one example, where it was saying council policy is ambitious, this one says, and this isn't fully achievable with current resources. So in those instances, are we being asked to go back and look at those policies as well?
I plan to bring the urban forest policy back to council later in this year.
Right, and so, and I was just using that as an example because I saw it a couple times go throughout it where we don't have the resources, this is the level, but we don't have the resources. So will all of those be coming back to us? There was another one about we can't do the grass in the fall, so do we need to, because our summer students are gone, examples like that, will that be coming back? So because when I was sort of just looking at it, I didn't see the two things as aligning. To say that this is the service level, but we don't have the resources, should we not have the service, those equal? Does that make sense?
They should. It's challenging to kind of do this in a parks setting because there's, seasonality makes a difference, the weather makes a difference, and then we're able to pull staff from transportation as well to fill in to kind of meet the service level. So I can't really answer your question. I can bring it back if you like.
So am I making sense? And it's not that
Sure.
She might understand my brain better.
Yeah.
Sorry, Sean.
Through the chair to Councillor Aberley. I do, I also understand, so Sean's made some changes within his department, and whereas before Parks and Transportation were very separated, when we're looking at just the Parks Department with the summer students gone, he wouldn't, if we had a late fall and enough rain and the growing season continued, he would have to pull from Transportation, which works right now. But if they were, and this, because this report was done, I think, pre the final separation. And so I think we can handle it right now, and we would come back to council if we needed more staff to support that. I think it's one of those things that we'll monitor, and as more land comes on, we may need to come back and ask for another FTE at some point, but right now I think he can juggle between the two departments, especially for grass cutting. It is, but the seasonality of it is the key. And in the past, what we've done is just come back to council and either ask to extend summer students if we can, if they're not heading back to school right away, or pull from other departments.
So the request wouldn't be to reduce service levels, except for maybe this urban sustainability one?
Yeah, the urban policy will come back, but I think the existing service levels are fine with grass cutting as identified in there. It's just highlighting where there might be risks, where we would need to come back and have a chat with
Risks, okay. Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair, Sean. Bear with me, I got a number of questions here for you. Sure. So I'll go through them.
Make sure you're speaking in your mic,
Sorry.
please.
I'll go through them as identified, top to bottom on the service level report. And I guess to me, the report identifies the tasks at hand, which is there, the frequency that the tasks are address, and possibly some target dates. So that's what's in my head as I ask these questions. So under park amenities maintenance, it's maintained weekly. Do we know when our parks are most used? I guess what I'm leading up to, and I know that Councillor Elliott has made comments on numerous occasions about being through different parts of our community and waste bins overflowing with garbage and that. And so do we have a good handle on the use of our facilities and aligning our litter and garbage pickup with those busy times?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, I've recently made it a slight change in how the garbage collection occurs. So in the past couple of years, it's been done through waste and recycling group. So Parks is now taking that over. So as the intention is, as they are maintaining the park, they also collect the garbage. So we should see that improve with that change.
With the number of parks we have, though, I'm assuming that some parks will be done on a Monday and some will be done on a Friday and so forth, so that's when the garbage is picked up. So there's not a routine day where, like, prior to the weekend, all the garbage is picked up for the weekend or anything of that nature. It's as each park is
Typically,
looked after.
Friday and a Monday have been our pickup times,
Okay.
and we'll try to maintain that. But then there'll be additional times where we pick up garbage if we see that it's reaching the top of the bin.
Okay, great, thank you. You've spoken about urban forest. Pest and weed control. The statement here is, we clear dead animals when feasible, when requested. Help me understand that statement. What's...
sorry, I'm just trying to find it here. Oh, clear dead. So dead animals are cleared as they are found.
So is it possible that we can strike when requested, or sorry, when feasible?
We can, yep.
So that as you get informed, someone's going out to look after dead critters?
Correct, yes.
Do I need to make an amendment to that then? I'd like to amend that portion of the service report to have when feasible struck under pest and weed.
Any discussion to the amendment? Those in favor? Carried.
Thank you. Playground maintenance inspection. Playgrounds are inspected occasionally as resources allow. And then repairs as required, but it says we're annually not meeting the standards. So, and I can understand on the repair not meeting the standards if we're not inspecting enough. So when you use the word occasionally, Sean, and again, I'm sorry if I'm nitpicking here a little bit, but to me, when we use those kinds of terms, it sort of implies sometimes we do and maybe we don't. Anyway, what does occasionally mean when we're talking about actually inspecting our playgrounds?
Well, historically here, we haven't been inspecting on the frequency that's required. So I will agree, this is not a great term to put in here. And in fact, I've recently had a discussion with the manager of rec, and they're going to continue to do these inspections, so this shouldn't even be included in the park's service levels.
So this is a recreation
Yes,
item.
just the inspection part. The maintenance will stay with Public Works.
So are you suggesting that be struck from this particular
Yes.
report?
Yeah.
I'd make that amendment, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Any discussion? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried. Thank you.
And then repairs as required. So you would get information from Recreation at this point in time, and then you would attend to those.
Yeah, so they would come either from the inspection reports or from a verbal communication from Recreation, yeah.
And, pardon me, if we're talking about playground equipment and kids' safety, then do you have at least kind of a target idea in your head that if you got a request from Recreation that said, we've got a slide that's whatever, steps are missing, that you would respond to that?
I don't have a timeline, but I would set it as a high priority response, yeah.
In a week?
He doesn't have a timeline. He said he would set it as a precedent, or as a priority, sorry.
No, but I guess what I'm leading up to, we've been informed that we set the standards, right?
That's true.
Council sets the standards. So I'm trying to identify, in relation to a safety and potentially liability issue, where I understand the high priority, but is that high priority based on staff availability, or high priority based upon, like to me, if we're looking at potential liability factors coming back to the city because of damaged equipment, and we don't have, at least in our processes, a response saying here's how we're going to attend to dangerous or libelous circumstances, I think that makes us more liable in the long run. So I would like to see some kind of a target, and a target is just that. And again, I would like to see within a week, and I would make that amendment.
Okay, anything to the amendment? I'm sorry. Ready for the question?
Sorry, Mr.
Go ahead,
Mayor.
Sue. Go ahead.
Typically, when we're looking at liability things similar to transportation, once we get notified, within 72 hours is the appropriate response time, so I wouldn't make it any more than 72.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So you're amending my amendment.
Is it friendly?
No, I'd be happy with 72 hours. I think it's a target that if you've identified, that we should at least put into our document.
Go ahead.
If that's the case, through the chair, if that's the case, do we even actually have to make that amendment if it's the 72 hours is already in there?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, we should. It's part of our transportation as well. And so what happens when insurance looks at it, they go to your policy and say, when did you say you were going to respond? And then so long as you're responding within that, you're protected through insurance.
Thank you.
Okay. So the amendment is to change it to 72 hours. Any further discussion? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried.
Thank you. In terms of graffiti, again, there's a statement removed as feasibly possible. And is that an issue of cost, or is that an issue of manpower?
It's a combination of both.
Are you aware of any circumstances that, in your mind, that we've waited an awful long time to address graffiti?
There have been some incidents since I started here, yes, that we've waited too long.
I'd like to make an amendment, Mr. Mayor. That the graffiti is removed within a week of being notified.
Any discussion to the amendment? Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair to Sean, for said service level, is that going to, what impact would you perceive that having? Is that going to be a financial impact? Is something else going to not be seen? It's not that I disagree with the motion, it's just if you're feeling that you're not meeting it now, what would that reason be and what impact would this have on you?
Through the chair to Councillor Aberley, there's times similar to some of the other service levels where weather plays a part in this. So obviously if it's raining or if it's cold temperatures, the paint to go over the graffiti won't work. So that's something that may contribute to extending the service level time frame.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to speak in favor of the amendment. There's, I think it's called the broken window syndrome or whatever it's called, that if you see a broken window on a building, then you're going to throw more rocks at the building and maybe the next door neighbors. And I think the quicker we get rid of graffiti, the more attractive our city looks, and maybe people are less inclined to follow doing the same on a different building. Thank you.
Through the chair to council, I just would like to caution that if you do set it, that we do allow for the weather dependency, because if it is -40, we're not painting anybody's walls.
Good.
Thank you. And I guess for me, Sue, I like the idea of a target as opposed to a defined time. And I think that allows for some flexibility in terms of staffing. But if we had a target of a week and we had a rainy week, I think we're reasonable enough people to understand that that's a circumstance. But if it's, they're notified of graffiti in June and we're still seeing the same problem in July, we've missed our target by significant date. And I think sort of my rambling through this is trying to draw attention to the fact that these are important documents, and they're important documents for not only our staff, but for our community as well. And the one target our community seems to pay an awful lot of attention to is snow removal. And I think there's some good reasons to put targets in so everybody knows sort of what it is we as a city are trying to do for them as residents in the community. And so that's why I've talked about targets as opposed to dates.
Anything further to the amendment? Those in favor? Carried.
Thank you. Community gardens. We've identified 45 plots. Do we know how many plots are actually utilized by our residents?
To my knowledge, they all are filled every year.
So there's a demand,
yes,
for sure. Okay.
Yep.
And in your notes, you've talked about the potential of looking at contracting that service out. So from your perspective, what would we be contracting out? The water delivery, the preparation of soil and all that?
That's correct, yeah.
And this may be an unfair question. If it is, please let me know, because what would the cost or tipping point be for contracting this out? So I guess what I'm looking at is between your manpower and equipment use and whatnot, when does it become feasible to contract it out? And you may not be able to answer that question at this point. I understand that, but to me, that's critical in terms of the whole contracting piece.
Yeah, and I haven't investigated the price of contracting this out. In general, contractors tend to be more than what it would cost city staff to do it.
Okay, thank you. And then lastly, under flowers planted along 56th Street and 47th Street, there's a statement in there about service reductions. What exactly does that mean?
So what I had hoped to do this season is group some of the planters together so it's less space between watering, so they can water 2 or 3 or 4 planters all at one stop and then move to the next grouping and water those, so they're not going at every other tree and stopping and watering.
So we're not reducing services though?
No.
Okay. Would you say it's safe, to remove the statement, there have been service reductions recently in that statement? And speak to the efficiencies?
Yes.
I would like to make that amendment, Mr. Mayor, to strike, there have been service reductions recently in an effort to improve efficiencies.
You want to strike that entire line?
Yes, please.
Okay. To the amendment. We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried.
Thank you for your time and your effort with this, Sean. It's appreciated.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one question, and this is a general question, Sean. With the potential drought this year, is that going to affect our number of trees being planted, number of flowers that we may be planting, and even watering of plants and things?
I don't know how to answer that. I suspect possibly.
Okay, I didn't send this ahead of time, and I'm sorry. I just was thinking about it this morning, so.
If there's water shortages and we have to reduce our water usage, then yes, it will impact that.
Which could impact our grass cutting as well, then we wouldn't have to cut grass as often, so.
Hopefully the rain stays off. We don't have to.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Anything further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Item 10.3, tax penalty cancellation request, tax roll 230420.
Good morning, Council. The Catholic Charities Society has requested a tax penalty cancellation for roll number 230420. The Catholic Charities Society has leased this property from the province of Alberta since 2014. While the property was leased, the province of Alberta was responsible for the payment of the grants in place of taxes, which is a replacement to the property taxes. However, in October, when we noticed that these taxes weren't paid, we contacted the Catholic Charities Society to request payment, to which they paid in full, but are now requesting a cancellation of penalties totaling $551.77.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. I move that City Council accepts the request to cancel the late payment penalties on tax roll number 230420 in the amount of $551.77.
Moved by Councillor Aberley. Can administration help us understand why, at this point now, we're getting the request to cancel the late penalty? How does this fit under Copter, and how will we not have this come in front of us again?
Through the chair to Mayor Gandam, to avoid having, this is almost unavoidable because we send out arrears information to all residents or whole roll numbers periodically throughout the year. With properties that are, however, owned by the province, the system is a little bit different. So while previously a lot of these properties that belong to the province, the lessees were not required to pay the taxes at all. So according to the Catholic Charities, for example, they were not even aware that they had to pay the taxes until we contacted the province. The province notified us that the lessee was now responsible for the taxes, and then we let them know, and then they paid. People can request tax penalty cancellation at any point in time because they've not opened their letters when they were sent, were not aware that these has occurred. I did want to point out in this particular case that they actually did apply under Copter and are now exempt. So they did not, the province paid for a while, the province only paid half of those taxes for the last, I believe, 4 years because they only paid 50% of grants in place for taxes. But in terms of the penalties themselves, not that they're exempt, we shouldn't have that coming before us before, but for any other property owner, this could still be the case.
So the continuation of cuts and downloading to municipalities by the province Grants in place of taxes is another big one that is. So with this tax penalty, who pays that, the province or the Catholic Charity Society?
Through the chair to Mayor Gandam, the Catholic Charity Society would have to pay this.
Anything further? Ready for the question, those in favor? Carried.
Begrudgingly.
I didn't say it. It's not my fault, you can read my mind. Item 10.4, CO-013, Reserve Policy for approval.
At the May 23rd council meeting, administration provided council with the reserve policy as information. We are now bringing this policy back for approval by council. The changes to the reserve policy CO-013 include the following. These are the notable changes. The facilities reserve has been consolidated to include all city-owned facilities and is now referred to as the Facility Lifecycle Asset Management Reserve as opposed to a landlocked reserve. Paragraph 6.6 refers to the Facility Lifecycle Asset Management Policy was added, while paragraph 6.12 was removed. The Storm Reserve now has a funding source. The Waste and Wastewater Reserves, which were previously paragraph 7.3 and 7.4, were removed as those functions are now managed through Peace Hills Utilities. We've also added an Elections and Census Reserve, specifically for the funding of the elections and census. One change that I would like to point out to council is also the cemetery reserve. There's a little bit of an error in the policy itself where the old reserve, the old cemetery was taken out. The cemetery care reserve will fund both the memorial and old reserve. Thank you.
Councilor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to council, since we've opened up discussion on reserves, I'd like to have a little bit of discussion on the art reserve.
Can you make a motion and we can get
Absolutely. I move to suspend contributions to the art reserve until December 31st, 2025.
Did you pass that along to?
I did.
Perfect. Have it up on the screen and then we can open it up for discussion. Perfect. Do you want to speak to that?
I certainly do. I have no issues with contributions to the art reserve at all. I think that it is something that this community likes and needs. But the problem is that we've been contributing to this reserve for quite some time, and we've done little to nothing with these dollars. So we keep taxing our residents on something that we're not doing anything with. So what I would like to do is see if we actually spend some money between now and December 31st, 2025, and if we do, then we can lift the suspension or continue on with it. But until we actually start spending some of this money, I am in favor of suspending this reserve.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. During budget deliberations, council approved that we would be looking into putting murals up on some of the buildings in our community, which would be coming from that fund. Thank you.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you. Now I have to think, so I'm going to buy my back brain some time. And so I always like to ask you the question, why 2025? And I don't want the answer, okay, make it 2026. Like, was it in your head? Because that puts us into the next council. So it would be up to that council to relook at this reserve. Was that intentional or just, and that's my question, is maybe it's longer. I'm trying to figure out your brain right now.
Calendar year. It had nothing to do with, and if you would like to make a amendment to September 31st.
I appreciate
2020.
that, but why not the end of this year? So if we were going to not add to the reserve this year to see whether or not this council was spending it, or is it because 2025 would also be us looking at that budget?
Because I do not have confidence that we have the ability to spend even what's in there by 2025.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, how much do we have in our reserve currently?
Through the chair to Councillor Blatz, I do not have the information off the top, but I can consider that a council information request and have that sent to whole of council.
For sure, thank you. Do we, I know that I didn't send these ahead of time, but Councillor Billingsley threw me a curveball, so. How much do we usually contribute to our reserve every year?
Through the chair to council, it is set at 0.5% of new construction costs, I believe, and it has a max of 250,000. Just 1 second, 25,000, sorry, too many zeros, of 25,000 for that reserve, but it's just a certain percentage of new construction costs.
Okay, thank you very much.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just would like to reiterate that culture is part of who we are, and to take away from the culture budget, we don't know what's coming, and rather than if something came up that we wanted to, in which we wanted to get involved, we wouldn't have to go to the contingency fund. We could actually have a fund that would pay for what's going on. So I just think we need to support culture, and this goes back many, many years that council wanted to have something available for cultural activities. And so there's an arts and culture fair coming up in June. We have our Filipino celebration coming up. There are a lot of things happening in our community, and as I said before, those murals as well that we talked about, they're being investigated and seeing where we can go with that. And if we're going to do that, and if we hire an artist or something like that, it's going to cost us money. Thank you.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair, but this is not for events. This is public art. But you talked about the Filipino. That has nothing to do with this, right? And our track record of spending this money has been non-existent. And every year, we are taxing our residents that $25,000. I know it's not a lot of money, but it is accumulative. And for that reason, until we seem to be able to prove that this is a priority to us to spend this money, because there is money sitting in the reserve, we have not proven that we have the ability to spend that money, and we continue to add to it.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you. Through the chair to anybody that can answer. If I were to request tabling this, would that make the next motion to approve what I thought we were going to talk about void?
Through the chair to Councillor Aberley, no, the next motion can still be read. They're independent of each other, so Councillor Billingsley's motion would not interfere approval of the policy. It would just be another discussion that we bring back. Really, it's a budgetary thing, but because this was open at this time, it was...
Thank you.
Yeah.
I would like to recommend we table until such time that I can see what the number currently is in that reserve.
Okay. Those in favor of tabling? Carried. Do you want a date, an actual date?
Yes, please.
When can you have information to us?
We could have it for the March 25th.
Okay, tabled until March 25th. Those
Thank
in
you.
favor? Carried. Thank you. Bylaws, 12.1, electronic assessment.
Sorry, could we still get the
Oh, yeah.
policy? Thanks.
We don't have a main motion, nobody made it.
No?
Nope. Councillor Aberley.
Thank you. I hope that City Council approves the reserve policy as attached. And I do have a question.
Moved by Councillor Aberley, go ahead.
6.1 and 6.2, thank Mayor Gandam through the chair. Can you explain to me what you said about 6.1 and 6.2? Because, or no, sorry, I am wrong. 6.2 and 6.3? Because I don't read them as reading properly. And I'll tell you what my brain is actually. Cemetery care memorial reads fine to me, but cemetery care old. And the source of funding was the Memorial Cemetery plots.
Through the chair to Councillor Haberly, we will have just one cemetery reserve for the hold and the memorial, just the one.
So then should we, why is the reserve still being called cemetery care memorial?
Through the chair to Councillor Haberly, we will have cemetery care reserve for the maintenance of the hold and the memorial reserve, the memorial cemeteries. We do not need two reserves. We just need a cemetery care reserve.
Councillor Aberley, that was the error that she talked about. We should have just removed the one completely. Yep.
Anything else? You spoke loud enough, I thought your mic was on.
It's because I'm loud.
Oh, I know. Anything else? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Now we're going to bylaws, electronic assessment and tax communications bylaw 2058-24.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, there's a 15.5 or 10.5.
I don't want to address that.
Daylight savings time.
I had a really good sleep last night.
Is somebody going to present it?
We could, do you want to go?
Oh, okay. Tangible, 10.5, the tangible capital asset project.
Oh, that's why it's not in this. Aha. I have my old agenda open. There we go.
Thank you. Okay. The purpose of this RFD is to obtain additional resources required to address the tangible capital asset project identified during the 2022 audit finding, identified in the 2022 audit findings report. The 2022 audit findings report identified discrepancies between the city's tangible capital asset listing and the balances recorded, as well as discrepancies in the underlying useful life or amortization recorded for these assets. The report also recommended that management perform a review of the city's assets to determine completeness, existence, and valuation of the said assets. This is also a requirement to support a new standard that was brought in for 2020, the first year for the 2023 year end, called asset retirement obligations. Administration is requesting additional resources from council to complete this review and to get the records cleaned up as recommended by the auditors. With limited capacity to meet current operational requirements as well as this project, administration would like to request $110,000 to fund this project, and the estimated timeline to complete it is 6 months. Thank you.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you. Mayor Gandam, I move that City Council approve unbudgeted expenditures of $110,000 to be funded from the contingency reserve for the tangible capital asset project to be completed by the Finance Department.
Moved by Councillor Aberley.
End of question. Through the chair to Sue. I hope you knew that this question was going to come, because I did send a please help explain this to me, how we are even here and how $110,000 is now being asked to be funded to do something that I see should not have been a problem for the 2022 audit.
Sure. Through the chair to Councillor Aberley. So as previously presented to council, we had a new auditor come in, and oftentimes when a new auditor comes in, they will look at things with fresh eyes. I think part of the problem in having an auditor for as many decades as we did is that they tend to just not look at new information and go with what they have. I think the issue is born partly with administration of the time that didn't track. We don't have really good records management within the city, but also the auditor that we had in not being able to give us a starting point, somewhere that they actually confirmed this. So I have been dealing with our previous auditor, and we've asked them for backup and documentation. So it's not just them. Administration should have had that as well. We cannot find any of that anywhere. So without the confidence of a starting point that has been validated by somebody, the auditors rightfully could not validate that. And so that was brought back as a deficiency in our audit, and this does need to be done. It is a huge job. Tulu could speak to the details of the $110,000, but basically, I mean, TCA was put in decades ago, and what we need to be able to say is, here's all the assets that the city owns and the value of them. And while we've kept records of what's been included since I've been here, I know we've done that. That hasn't always been the case previously. So it's a big job, and that's why we're asking for the extra help. I'm not sure if it's one or two people or it's contracted services, but Tulu could explain that for you.
Through the chair to Council Aberley, we are trying to get it. The contracted services, the going rate for accounting firms right now, it's difficult to get a person at $120 an hour. So for a 6 months project at $35 per hour, that's how we came to the $110,000 in hopes that one person can complete it, or alternatively trying to re-look at the resources that we have. If we can do this for cheaper, we will. It's an extensive project, but the estimated time that came from the team when they came out themselves was that it's a 6 months project, and that's why we're asking for this funds from council. There's quite a bit of work involved. Like Sue said, I also spoke to the auditor at a previous firm. Sue had put me in touch with them, and she looked back 3 years and she couldn't even find records herself to support what we had because of how the work was done at the time. So we're going back to when we have records that we can validate.
Thank you, and please don't read my frustration with you, because that's not where it's sitting. So it's my understanding that we need to do this so we can stop having a qualified opinion on our audit, because we don't want to have a qualified opinion until the end of time. What is the, I don't know what the word I'm trying to use, sorry. How likely is it to happen, I think is what I'm trying to say, that they would be able to find these papers or these documents that they need? Do we have a belief that they're here somewhere in the ether?
Through the mayor to Councillor Aberley, it's not necessarily papers that we're needing at this point. We will be working with all the departments within the city to take an inventory of our assets.
Okay.
The records to pay for them are in the financial system, so we will have that, going back and depreciating it, making sure the numbers we have on our listing matches what we have in our financial records, including wherever gaps. Some of those assets will now be fully depreciated. What we don't know now that's requiring cleanup is, for example, we have a fully depreciated asset that's still showing in our schedule as depreciating. Do we even have the asset? Those are the kind of things that we have to work on, and we'll be working with all the departments to validate that, not necessarily looking for papers.
Thank you. The inventory part answered where my brain was. Thank you.
Councillor Billingsley?
Thank you. Through the chair to Lou. Obviously, this is something that's very important, and it's kind of a shame that we're at this point, but nonetheless, this is where we are. How comfortable are you of being able to fill this with the allotted dollars requested?
Through the mayor to Councillor Billingsley, I'm in the market just like everybody else to get resources. I mentioned to Sue, I said, I don't know what's going on, but there just seems to be a shortage of finance people out there. Within the resources that I've requested, I believe this is a good starting point based on the estimate. If at any point in the project we feel that we're not able to accomplish this, we will be quick to let council know from the get-go, as opposed to embarking on it and not being able to complete it. The time that we've discussed, both with the auditors and my team, is that we should be able to do this in a 6-month period, hopefully less.
So, to administration, I guess my question would be, will we be receiving monthly updates on how's it going?
Through the mayor to council, if that is council's request, we could do that.
Can I make
An amendment?
Yeah. Sorry, Karen. Yeah. With monthly updates presented to council. Does that work?
Your amendment.
No, I know. I'm more. I want to know if that's doable, and does that give direction?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, that is achievable.
Thank you.
Councillor Elliott to the amendment. Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried. Councillor Elliott.
It's just having a mini vacation there. Mr. Mayor, through to Toulouse, did you say 1 or 2 people will be doing this?
Through the mayor to Councillor Elliott, we will have 1 person dedicated to the project. However, throughout the life of the project, there will be more than 1 person involved. It is impossible for 1 person to do
And you said $120 an hour?
$120 per hour was the last rate that we had a not senior person at a firm assist us, contracted service-wise, with finance.
Okay, so unless there's something wrong with my math, when I work out $120 an hour for a month, works out to $19,200. And if we multiply 20,000 times 6, that's 120,000. So we already haven't budgeted enough money to cover the cost if that's 1 person.
Through the mayor to Councillor Hilliard, your calculations are not incorrect, but my $110,000 is based on $120 per hour, 35 hours a week, and 26 weeks of the year. That's $109,200.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Billingsley,
The motion, was it for a 100,000 or 110?
110.
Thank you.
Anything further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. We will now take a 12-minute break.
Thank you, sir.
For the third and final time, we're going to get into bylaws 12.1, electronic assessment and tax communications bylaw 2058-24.
Hello again, Council. The Electronic Assessment and Tax Communications Bylaw 2058-24. The purpose of this bylaw is to authorize documents to be sent by electronic means to taxpayers, which is allowed under Section 608 of the Municipal Government Act. The section also identifies which documents may be sent electronically, and this includes assessment notices, tax notices, and other specific documentation. One of the main requirements of the Act is that there be a means for residents to opt in and opt out of receiving their documents electronically. It states that council may pass a bylaw establishing a process for sending assessment notices, tax notices, and other notices, documents, and information under parts 9, 10, and 11 of the Act. Parts 9, 10, and 11 look at assessment and taxation. Administration is requesting that council give first, second, and third reading to the electronic assessment and tax communications bylaw. A copy of the sign-up sheet is also attached for council's review, where residents will have a chance to sign up to receive their assessment and tax notices electronically going forward. Thank you.
I move the City Council confirm satisfaction of appropriate measures being taken to ensure the security and confidentiality of documents being sent to taxpayers pursuant of Section 608, 1, 3, and 4 of the MGA.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Any discussion? Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to administration. It could just be that I don't understand, but I don't understand how these security measures have been confirmed, and the satisfaction that's going to go through sending what I think is one of the most important documents that a property owner has, that it's going to be confidential. I don't trust email.
Through the mayor to Councillor Haverly, a taxpayer has to give us their email address that they are selecting. So the taxpayer opts in. It's a choice. If a person does not opt in, we are still required to mail out tax notices. So in terms of the security, a resident or a taxpayer provides us that information, and that is what we then use to send that information to them. We cannot safeguard their personal email addresses for them. Also, with regards to assessment notices is a public document. The tax notice is what is protected under FOIP.
Thanks, Tulu, and I appreciate that. Has administration looked at other venues, however, that people could receive their tax notifications that are not through email? And I look back to whether there'd be portals that you sign up in, places that it could be kept, that my issue with this is actually the email aspect of it.
Through the chair to Councillor Haberly, there are other options, and it flees my mind right now, but I think it's called what's it called in GP? City Hall? Thank you, Kathy. Virtual City Hall, where the residents themselves sign up and then they go into a setting and then pull those documents themselves, as opposed to us sending it electronically via email. So there are other options out there. We could, if council would like to have this, we could look at that and bring back an update to council if that is preferred. Administration has discussed implementing virtual City Hall. That hasn't been started, but that there's been communication going back and forth. The benefit of virtual City Hall is it's not just tax notices and tax and stuff like that that can be viewed on it. If you have an accounts receivable account, a utilities account, all of those can be viewed in virtual city hall. Again, it would require some setup to implement, but this is certainly doable if it's preferred.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. I'll save the rest of my questions for the other motion.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would assume that when we do this, the city is going to make everything as secure as possible. So, I mean, if the city gets hacked, the city's going to get hacked, so it would be everything. I receive my bank statement via email. I file my income tax via email, and those are fairly personal, and I trust them, so I would trust the city sending out tax notices via email as well. Thank you.
I'm going to leave that. Thanks.
Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried.
Opposed.
I move that City Council give first reading to Electronic Assessment and Tax Communications Bylaw 2058-24.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Any discussion? Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to council, I think it's obvious I will not be supporting this. I think even just this morning we saw an issue that can happen when information is not seen properly. So Catholic Social Services did not know that they had to pay taxes, and I understand who it goes to. And I foresee this having an impact. And I understand that we receive notifications through email about various things. I do not believe personally it is best practice. People change emails, people don't check emails. If I look at my email account right now, I have 4,271 unread emails. Things get lost in this very electronic world. And I personally would like to see a portal, and I understand that it is by the taxpayer opts in, but I would like to see a portal, so I cannot support this. Thank you.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair, I guess, to council. And that's just it. It is an opt-in. So if you're one who doesn't read their emails or whatever, too busy, or whatever the reason for not reading your emails is, don't sign up for it. And if you're comfortable or not comfortable with the security of it, don't sign up for it. But if you do read your emails and you're comfortable with it, in theory, it should save the city a little bit of money.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just going to say that I'm sure that our administration will keep us updated if something better comes along, and that suggestion would probably be made to City Council that we add another format of sending out the tax bills. So I don't see this being a problem. Thank you.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you. I appreciate the comment about it's my own fault for not checking my emails or knowing what my emails are in. But the sort of tangent I was going on with CSS is the people who end up paying that for somebody else's negligence is the city. Because as we talk, we are already sitting on multiple back payments of people paying their taxes, and that is going to, at the end of the day, come to us when people say, they already say we didn't get it in the mail. Now they're going to say it didn't get emailed to me, and I foresee it having a long term of consequences that I don't feel have been looked at. So, thank you.
Councillor Blatz.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Aberley, I can see where you're coming from 110%. As a millennial, though, for me and people of my age group, we don't read our physical mail. And so I can go a whole month without looking at my physical mail. And so something like email opt-ins is actually helpful for me because I've been able to look at my bank statements a lot more than I do. And I've been able to, all of my T4s are all online, all of that. So I was able to get done my taxes way faster than I usually do because I'm not searching through piles of mail that I have not read. So while I understand where you're coming from on that, this could actually be an opportunity for people who don't read their mail and that's why they don't notice their tax notices coming out. This could be an opportunity for them to be able to keep track of that more easily. If they find electronic a little bit easier to maintain.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you. And I appreciate that as well, that there needs to be multiple options. And again, I'm appreciating that you can opt into it. My intention is to have it not, the information not go through email specifically, because I would rather see a portal. Thank you.
Anything further? We're ready for the question on first reading to the Electronic Assessment and Tax Communications Bylaw 2058-24. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
I move that City Council give second reading to the Electronic Assessment and Tax Communications Bylaw 2058-24.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Any discussion? Ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried.
I move that City Council give unanimous consent to third reading of Electronic Assessment and Tax Communication Bylaw 2058-24.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Yes?
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. If I was, because we require a unanimous vote, and if I was not to vote in favor of this, would it be reasonable then that administration would come back to us at this point with information on what the costs of a portal would be?
No. It would, yeah, it would go to third reading next meeting, and if you wanted that information, you could make that request.
Thank you.
All right, motion is to give unanimous consent to third reading of the Electronic Assessment Tax Communications Bylaw 2058-24. Those in favor? Opposed? We will bring it back to next meeting. Councillor Aberley.
Can I make a notice of motion?
Sure. Well,
Is that what would be best?
you can bring it to new business if you'd like.
Okay, I will do that at new business.
Okay. If you're going to make an actual motion that had something to do with the tax assessment, then this would be the appropriate time.
Thank you.
Yep. Item 12.2, Clean Energy Improvement Program, SEEP Tax Bylaw 2057-24 to repeal 2037-23.
Hello again. The purpose of this bylaw is to repeal Bylaw 2037-23, which was previously passed by Council, and it's to eliminate non-residential properties from the Clean Energy Improvement Program tax bylaw. In December, at the regular meeting of Council on December 11, 2023, Council requested that Bylaw 2037-23, the SEEP program tax bylaw, be revised to remove non-residential properties from the program. In October 2023, administration was made aware that the FCM grant for clean energy improvements only covers residential funding. It was estimated by Alberta municipalities that the non-residential funding required would total approximately 4.5 million over 4 years. Council opted to remove the non-residential properties from the program. Attached in Council's package is Bylaw 2057-24.
Councillor Blatz.
I move that City Council gives first reading to Bylaw 2057-24 to repeal Bylaw 2037-23, Clean Energy Improvement Program Tax Bylaw, and all amendments thereto.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any discussion? Ready for the question? Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair. As I read this, I see all the red. So what is the red in all this if all we're doing is repealing the bylaw? Like all the crossed out changes and renumbering.
Through the chair to Councillor
Nielsen.
Councillor Nielsen, thank you. The reds is usually the stuff that we're replacing, so the non-residential will be stricken out. We usually bring the marked up version to council so that you can see what we're changing from what you previously approved.
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, there's been changes to our bylaws recently. I don't know if you've noticed in the past, but we've taken out a lot of the city of Wetaskiwin in the province of Alberta. So all those things in red are identified. The strike through is being removed and the underline is being added.
But the request is to rescind this.
But it's also bringing in bylaw
The new
27-24.
bylaw. Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Can I pursue?
Yep.
Thank you. So then under number 8, borrowing, 8B says the maximum annual amount that may be borrowed not to exceed 1.65 million, with 400,000 being available for residential supports. So if we're only going to be allocating 400,000 for residential supports, why are we talking about $1.6 million in borrowing? Because we struck out the other portion of the dollars on the non-residential side.
Sorry, I'm just trying to remember that from, because that's part of the original bylaw that we brought forward. I think that,
It's annually, $400,000 annually,
Annually,
not to
yep.
exceed 1.65 million total. So if the program ran for 5 years, we couldn't borrow
Right.
$2 million.
It says the maximum annual amount of money that may be borrowed is not to exceed 1.6. So that's not a,
yeah, we should actually amend that. It's struck through on the other one? Oh.
Through the mayor to Councillor Nielsen, if you look on the marked up version, that and $1.25 million available for non-residential projects is actually stricken through. We will change the maximum annual amount that may be borrowed is still 1.6 million, of which 400,000, but we won't need that 1.25 anymore, so all we need is the 400,000 now. So there's just the 1.650 needs to be amended.
That part taken out?
Annual needs to be,
we're into this program for then approximately 4 years. $1.6 million maximum total, and we're giving out up to $400,000 per year.
it's a rolling program, so as long as it's approved, as ones drop off, we could apply for new ones. Not that they would drop off within the next 4 years, but.
No, because
Yeah.
25 years. So we're amending, we're dropping the term annual out of this statement then?
Correct.
Thank you.
Just, may I interrupt? Just, so then should annually be added to the very end of that sentence, and so the exclusive of interest at any rate, at any time with $400,000 being available for residential properties annually.
Do we have a cap on what it is annually?
This was the recommendation when AB Munis went through and calculated how many applications we would have. This is what they figured. So we did put this forward saying to council that we should not exceed this. So yeah, we could put annually at the end. We'll remove annual at the front and put annually at the end.
Right. Thank you.
May I continue? Yep. Thank you. under number 9, the maximum interest rate not to exceed 9%. So my question is, if it exceeds 9%, is the program not offered, or does the city cover the differential?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, we would not recommend that it move forward if it went higher than that. And I think at the time when we were developing this, interest rates were quite high. And it becomes not very feasible for people if they have to pay a much higher interest rate. So
there would be no expectation that we would offer it and eat the difference?
no.
Thank you. I'm good with that, thank you.
Okay. Anything else? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried.
I move that City Council give second reading to Bylaw 2057-24 to repeal Bylaw 2037-23, Clean Energy Improvement Program Tax Bylaw, and all amendments thereto.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any discussion? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried.
I move that City Council gives unanimous consent to go to third reading of Bylaw 2057-24 to repeal Bylaw 2037-23, Clean Energy Improvement Program, Tax Bylaw, and all amendments thereto.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any discussion? Ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously.
I move that City Council gives third and final reading to Bylaw 2057-24 to repeal Bylaw 2037-23, Clean Energy Improvement Program, Tax Bylaw, and all amendments thereto.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any discussion? Ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried. 12.3 bylaw, go ahead.
Question in regard to what we just completed?
Sure.
Thank you. Through the chair to Sue. So is it automatic that when we rescind one, we've already adopted the new one?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, there's a couple of different ways to do this, and I think it depends on who the clerk is at the time and what their preference is moving through this. A lot of times what we have done is just put a statement in the end of the bylaw saying this other bylaw is rescinded when this one is approved. So there's a couple of different ways to do it, but I'll pay closer attention to those motions in the future.
And I guess what I'm leading up to, so at this point in time, there's nothing on the floor that says we've actually adopted another motion or another bylaw.
There is. It was combined in there. So you gave first reading to the bylaw, and then...
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
12.3 bylaw 2060-24 to close portions of Highway Street Road right-of-way.
Good morning, Council. This proposed bylaw is to close the road right-of-way along 56th Street north of 41st Avenue Street and along 40th Avenue west of 57th Street as illustrated in the attachment to the RFD. This proposed bylaw would not affect the portion of Highway Street that is currently developed as a roadway. So the curved right-of-way in this area began in a rural context and predates 57th Street as it's currently developed. And so use of these road allowances to extend Highway Street would now be impractical in an urban context, especially on 57th Street where it meets 40th Avenue. These road allowances also make potentially valuable commercial land on 56th Street and 40th Avenue unavailable for development. This road closure also requires approval by Alberta Transportation. And so as a first step in that process, adjacent landowners and utilities have been notified and offered the opportunity for questions and comments. Following first reading and a public hearing, the road closure package required by Alberta Transportation will be submitted, and that also includes any public and landowner input that we receive. Once approved by Alberta Transportation, the road closure bylaw would then return to Council for second and third reading, after which it could then be declared to be surplus. So with that I will be happy to respond to questions that you might have.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. I move that City Council gives first reading to Bylaw 2060-24.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Any discussion? Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to clarify, this is on the south end of where PV Mart is right now?
That's correct.
So will this affect the development of the car wash that was going to be going in?
They are two separate items, but under the city's land transactions policy, the landowners who are adjacent to a closed right-of-way have the first opportunity to purchase the land, and so the intention is that if the land were to be declared surplus, it would be first offered for sale to those landowners, the adjacent parcels. If they do not wish to purchase it, it would then be offered for sale on the open market. So the landowners would determine whether they would purchase that property and roll it into the site and how it might affect any plans they had.
Okay. Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried.
I move that City Council schedule a public hearing to be held on March 25th, 2024.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Any discussion? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Item 14.1, closed session. Looking for a motion. Councillor Blatz. Those in favor?
That's so nice.
Carried. Thank you. Welcome back. Looking for motion to come out of closed session, please. Councillor Blatz, those in favor? Perfect. We're going to break for lunch until 1:30. Perfect. Welcome back from lunch. We've got a couple of motions to make coming from our closed session. Have them popped up on the screen, please. For somebody to make that motion.
Move that City Council directs administration to bring forward the tax incentive bylaw for review to the April 11, 2024 regular council meeting.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Any discussion? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Next one up. Tax penalty cancellation. Councillor Blatz.
I move that City Council directs administration to cancel penalties levied to date on tax roll 80800 in the amount of $40,734,069.
Yes,
So fast.
Thank you.
Okay. Any discussion? I don't want to get into the habit of tax cancellations or penalty cancellations based on late payments. So I will continue to vote not in favor of something like this when presented with it. Anything further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor?
Can I see the motion again, please, Mr. Mayor?
Yep. We're ready for the question. Those in favor?
Could you call the question again, please?
Ready for the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Thank you, Councillor Elliott. My goodness. Third and final.
Nothing to do with daylight saving time.
I move that City Council directs administration to investigate Peace Hills Utilities, Inc. board composition and report back by May 12, 2024 at the regular council meeting.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Any discussion? Ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. All right, new business. There are a couple of notices of motion being made. Councillor Aberley.
Thank you. I would like to request a RFI for information concerning looking into a portal, a city portal. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. Into a city portal to look at not only tax assessment and notices, but ways to get information, private or personal information, through a portal rather than through email.
Okay. That will be 15-4. Was there anything else? All right. 15-1, external funding for solar installation on residential properties.
Sorry, Karen, can you pull that up? I forgot to print that one off. Thanks. Okay, so administration met with the Mod Foundation on February 21st, 2024, and they had brought forward a proposal requesting that the city control a $150,000 donation for a solar program that gives residential homeowners the opportunity to install solar at their homes. We discussed how something like that would look, and we've got several programs within the city that we could draw from to create an application process. So we've got the SEEP, we've got the facade improvement, and we've got the community grants program. It was really important from the Mod Foundation's perspective that they ensure that the application is simple, not a lot of hoops to jump through and red tape, and that it supports people who otherwise would not be able to afford to have solar installed in their homes. There was a cap that they talked about with each applicant only receiving no more than $6,000 as part of the grant, and that the minimum requirement would be a 4 kilowatt hour solar panel required to be installed. And so, just to be really clear, the Mod Foundation would be donating the $150,000. There's no city tax dollars associated with this. The only thing that the city would be doing is develop the program, get buy-in from the Mod Foundation, and then bring that back for council's approval. And then we're talking about limiting, no more than 10 applications a year, because the services internally would be in kind towards this environmental initiative. And having more than 10 would probably start to become quite onerous with some of the other programs that we've got coming into the community right away. So we would just be looking for support from council to take the next steps and develop out this program and get approval from the Mod Foundation, and then bring it back for council's final approval. Be happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. I move that City Council directs administration to develop an application to support the Mod Foundation's donation of $150,000 for a multi-year residential solar program. And then just one quick question through to administration. Thanks, Sue, for talking about the 10 application a year cap, because that was going to direct sort of my question. So you do believe that this is something that administration could follow through with, that wasn't going to be overly onerous and take other work off of said desk?
Through the chair to Councillor Aberley, correct. We something like the SEEP program is much more in depth because it goes on to the tax roll and things like that. So this program we're seeing land somewhere closer to the community grants, and it would not, processing 10 a year would not take up an overly onerous amount of time for staff.
Thank you.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair, mostly a comment, but then I guess some questions. First of all, my comment. We are so lucky to have someone or an organization as the Mod Foundation in our community to hand over $150,000 to the community with essentially very few, if no strings attached. So I personally would like to thank them for that contribution. My question, though, through to administration, 4 kilowatt hour solar panel, will that charge, like, is that enough to keep my lights on, or is that enough to charge the car? What does 4 kilowatt hours, what's that worth? Like, in other words, it's great that they're going to give up to $6,000, but if it's $150,000 to get and I know it's not, but in other words, I'd like for the community to understand exactly what this all means to them.
Sure. Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley. Well, I do not claim to be an expert in this area. I was listening while they were speaking. The 4 kilowatt hour was the example that they used, that would half of the cost would be the $6,000. So what they're looking at is covering half of the costs that it would be. And they also said that a 4 kilowatt hour panel would run your household items. Maybe not if you turn every light and the dishwasher and microwave and everything on at the same time for 24 hours. But they did say that that would be the minimum that they would want, because you would start to see energy savings at that point.
And is there other grants that are available to make up the difference for?
We are looking at the FCM grant for the SEEP program. So if there's an opportunity for individuals to tap into those, they certainly could. I don't think that the Mod Foundation would have a problem with a stacking grant, but I could certainly clarify that with them just to make sure.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. would people, through to Sue, people would get paid upon completion of this project?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, one of the things that we were looking at is, I mean, something like the facade improvement, they have to do the work and then show us the receipts, but that would go against the Mod Foundation's concern that it's people who can't afford to do this otherwise. And so what we were thinking, and we still have to flush some of this stuff out, is maybe the rules of it are that the contractor agrees that they would charge half to the homeowner and half to us, and then we could pay that half to the contractor directly, but we still need to sort out a few of those details. But we will make sure that it does not put the onus on someone that they can't afford to put that money up front.
Okay, thank you. And I would just like to conclude with saying that we have solar panels on the Manlik Aquatic Center, on the Co-op Place, and many, many donations to our public library as well, all from the Mod Foundation. And it is truly appreciated by all of us how much they care about our community. Thank you.
Anything further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Item 15.2, Affordable Housing Needs Assessment.
What? Yeah, no problem. Through the chair to council, this is a motion that came forward. I was working with Councillor Elliott, just seeing his interest in affordable housing, and so he and I had a discussion about what would be required for us to even apply for some of those grants. And attached is the Alberta government publication. And so in speaking with Councillor Elliott, put forward this notice of motion as kind of the first step. So if approved, we would go away and put together two separate costs. So if we were to do the housing needs assessment in-house, what does that look like versus hiring a contractor? And then we would be able to report back to council by the May 13th meeting before council makes a decision on it. And I'd be happy to let Councillor Elliott speak to why he wants this motion brought forward.
Thank you very much, Sue. I would move that City Council directs administration to investigate the requirements to complete a housing needs assessment for the City of Wetaskiwin and report back to Council by May 13th, 2024. Mr. Mayor and Council, I just have seen so many dollars that are being set out now for housing. There are a number of communities who have accessed a lot of money. It was in the Alberta Muni's report from last week. I think Airdrie got $60 million towards housing, and there are at least 5 other communities that got money. And I'm thinking we have some developers in our community who are proposing developments, and maybe there could even be something that would help them build the development that they want. So I just would really like us to look into seeing if there's a way that we can build some homes here and alleviate some of the unhoused people in our community. Thank you.
Anything further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried.
Thank you.
15.3, notice of motion. Councillor Blatz.
Thank you, yeah. So I, back in 2020, I believe it was Councillor Billingsley came up with an idea for a finance and audit committee that we voted against at the time. A number of years have passed, and I see a lot of value in us having an audit and finance committee. I have the terms of reference again that I can send back out to council before the next meeting. But I have now been a part of an organization with Green Municipal Fund Council that have a very incredible finance and audit committee that has made it so much easier to understand the ins and outs of our financial situations. It's been making it a lot easier for staff to be able to complete their audits. It's been helping out their finance department immensely, and so I can see a lot of value in us having this, and so that's why I'm going to bring it forward at the next meeting.
15.4, City Portal, RFI, Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. I'm going to move that City Council directs administration to bring back information on the costs and requirements, timelines for providing a municipal portal, a city portal for our residents. And just to rehash a bit of the conversation this morning, I'll let you pick a date that you think, sorry, I apologize, I remember what I'm doing, that would be reasonable for you.
Through the chair to Councillor Aberley, it sounds like we've investigated the virtual city hall option, so it shouldn't take us too long if we could do the first meeting in April.
Yeah. To the first meeting in April. So piggybacking off of the conversations this morning, I'm just asking us to take a little bit of time before we okay the motions this morning or the bylaw this morning about email to see if there are other solutions that could provide not only, I would suspect, a more secure ability to get this information, but also one that is going to be less likely for taxpayers to ask for other extensions, because that is the motion of earlier. I see this being a consistent thing coming up. And then it is, again, I just want to reiterate, it's not that I'm against electronic means, it's that I would just like more information to see if there is a better way that we can do it, and if other city information could also be available in that portal. And I will admit my reasoning for this and I really didn't start to think about it. It was something I decided this morning after sleeping. And I looked to all of the forms I do. So whether it's my pet insurance or whether it was when I was in university, having all of those things in one place that did not accidentally go somewhere else was invaluable to me. And I do believe it would be more secure. And just one last comment, and I agree, I do my taxes online as well. I get those assessments because every year I have to confirm at that time what that email address is, and I just know how people treat emails, and so I'll stand down. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll see the motion here before we start or open up discussion. That cover you? Councillor Aberley?
That looks perfect. I apologize.
Councillor
It's the hearing. I didn't hear that that was to me. I apologize.
Thank you. To administration, through the chair. Is this something that can go through virtual city hall? Is there a module? In other words, we won't be looking to reinvent the wheel and spending a lot of staff time on investigating. It's more so add a module within virtual city hall and then be able to get that price, or is this going to be a long process?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, it's a project. Virtual City Hall is not something that's going to happen overnight. We are going to need resources. We're going to have to purchase the module with a financial, and they will be set up required.
Thank you.
So it is doable, and there are municipalities that use it, but it will require some resources towards it.
And I'll follow up with that. Because of that, then, I am not going to be in favor of this until we have virtual city hall in place working, because if this would piggyback into virtual city hall, we don't have virtual city hall up and running yet. We'd be having staff go and do a bunch of legwork for something that we're going to be waiting for the software anyway, is in my opinion. So I'll be not in favor.
Anything further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Anything else from? Nope. Meeting adjourned. 13:50.
Nice.